Hello there guys, and welcome back to another live stream. My name's Mike, aka Decimal Punked, and we are back in Unity 6.0. The version we're using is 6000.0.58F2. I'm going to show you guys a quick recap of what we've been working on so far. The last stream we were working on the stash. So if I just show you, actually, let's just do this full screen. It's always nice to do a little intro, just show you guys the state of the game. So this is where we're at. We've slightly rearranged the HUD icons to cater for the stash. So if we go up here and kill a skelly, we've got a functional inventory. Really happy with how it works. It's a 40 slot inventory. So you press tab to bring that up. It also keeps track of your currency at the bottom left. And this is what we've been working on. So this is the stash. So it's a 80 slot stash. So I was working on something last time. So that's what's happening, right? When you press E, you're in the stash. When you press escape, it comes out of the stash. Now, the way that's working at the moment, it's on staying trigger. So when you it doesn't do it all the time. You see there? So basically, oh Jesus. So yeah, basically we're going to be doing more work on the stash, and hopefully might be able to finish the stash this stream. So I'm just going to go to this. On trigger stay. Closes the stash. Okay, I just need to check the code because I think I put a post-it note. Right. I think this is where the conflict is with the escape menu sometimes coming up. Yeah, so if that's happening at any point, I just want to fix this because the pause menu should not be showing up. You should press escape once. On trigger stay. Okay. That's the way we... Oh, hold on. On trigger stay, we press E, we open stash. So we close everything else, we say it's open, we show it. Okay, so close stash, close stash. Where's that one going to then? Inventory. Okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to I'm just going to move that there. So on the close stash, we close the inventory and we turn off the stash. So what I'm gonna do, instead of checking for the okay. So we're in the controller stash. So if I had I'm just going to see if that fixed the issue, just moving the node to the end. So it doesn't do it all the time. That's really annoying though. Okay, I think I've got a solution to this. So basically, what's happening here this one's fine. If the player's in the trigger and they press E, we open the stash. And that open stash event will close the... It will close the journal, stats, and the inventory. Oh, sorry. No. When you're in the stash, you get the inventory and the stash open at the same time. Okay. So, Right, so just to re-show that, I know I'm repeating myself here, but I'm going to try something different because the escape button functions as the pause menu. Now, you'll notice I'm pressing E, escape, and it doesn't do it all the time, but it sometimes does. So what we're going to do, instead of having this bit here, what we're going to do is we're going to do a check. So when the player presses escape from within the escape from the player's script machine, if they press escape to bring up the pause menu and the stash is open, we should have a branch where we basically close the stash first, and then because this on trigger event, it's literally, it's continuous. It's essentially, it acts very similar to the on update node that happens every frame. And I know that because I had an issue with the trees being cut using the stay in trigger. So closes the stash via custom event trigger. So on trigger stay, if we're the player and we press escape, is the stash open? If it is, we close the stash. So what we're going to do, because we don't want to have an escape button being pressed in the code for the stash, it makes sense to keep it all within here. So what I'm going to do is we're basically when the player presses escape, actually if I just unplug that, so if I was to press escape when the stash is open, this will never happen because on the true there's no logic. But interestingly, it brings up the I don't know why it brings up the cursor. Oh, I know why. Sorry. I know why it's showing the cursor, and that is because that's because pressing escape while you're simulating the game, it brings up the cursor. I keep forgetting that. So at the moment we're pressing escape, nothing's happening, right? So what we want to do on this bit of code, if the stash is open and the player presses escape, we're going to want to do the close stash, and what that will do is it will close the inventory, it will hide the stash, and we'll say it's not open. So if stash is open, let's test it. I'm going to keep doing this. If there's any epileptics watching, close your eyes. So you see that? We've stopped that bug from happening. And if I push and hold escape, the pause menu's not coming up. Perfect. So press E, escape. Oh. We press E, escape. So that bug is fixed. Excellent. Okay. Add escape to close stash and inventory. Freeze character while stash is open. Alright, well let's just quickly go back to the stash. And we just need to get rid of that. I don't know why I put that there. This is going to be the next tricky bit, because we're actually going to, in this stream, we're basically going to be trying to give the user mouse, show the cursor so that they can interact with the loop. And we've not done that at the moment. So we're in the loop browser at the moment. If we go back to the storage chest, at the moment we've just got the opening, and then on the player we've got the closing. So what we want to do is freeze the character. If stash is open, freeze the character. Done. Okay. So I'm just going to query something quickly. I'm just going to query something with AI because I'm curious about this node, player input, deactivate input. I'm wondering if we were to use that for when the player's in the stash, will that allow us to like use the mouse. So no. If we deactivate input, we're not going to be able to. We're not going to be able to press escape. Are we? Interesting. Right, the reason I've not put these in a comment box yet is because we need to freeze and unfreeze the character. Can we lock rotation? Right, let me query this quickly. I mean, actually, what we can do... Open the stash, deactivate. Let's see if that works. I know that's probably not going to let me press the escape. I just want to see if it does or not. That's interesting. Right. Full position chopping. Right, I know why that's not working. It's because that is overriding. That holds position on chopping. Is there, and that is happening on update. So basically, if the player isn't chopping, input is active. So that is why it's not working. Okay. Okay. All right. So, okay. So if that's not working there, well, it is working. It's been overridden by the other area. I mean, I could create another custom event that will basically, because we don't want to disable input. We want the player character to not be able to move, not be able to rotate. We want to lock the camera. I mean, that's the fix for the pause menu. Alright, let's see. Is there a way to like lock? Okay, so we're actually, even though my character's here, as I'm moving the mouse, so, okay, that's interesting. So you can see here, as I'm moving, my character's still, but what we're using to see, we're controlling the minimap camera. If I just move that off screen, right. So that's alright, so I'm wondering, I'm wondering what will happen if we turn that off. I'm wondering what will happen if we turn that game object off, because the main camera has the brain, live camera, player follow camera, which is that. So I'm wondering, so basically this would stop our ooh. Lock camera position. Now that. Right, so if I'm moving around, if I click interesting. So when we bring up the escape menu, we're locking the camera position. Let me just check. Lock camera position. That's been done there. So instead of trying to turn off the camera, for locking the camera position on all axes. Okay. Let's copy that. set lock camera position. Alright, so when we're in the stash, we want to, right, before we connect that, welcome to the stream. What we're gonna do, oh, hold on. Right, I'll play focused. Right. So we're going to run up to the stash. I'm going to press E. We can move around. Alright. We can move around. Okay. So now, if I plug that in for open stash, we lock the camera. For closed stash, we'll set it off. So now what should happen when we go to the stash, when we open it, the camera should lock. Yeah, so I'm moving my mouse at the moment. I've literally got, do you see that? So if I press E and then I'm locked, I'm moving my mouse at the moment, and I'm moving my mouse at the moment. The moment I press E, it's back. Sorry, when I press escape. So if I just move around, press E, we've locked it. So we can still move. So what we need to do is kind of disable the buttons. We don't want the player to move. So I'm going to press E, that's back. Okay, perfect. So we lock the camera position. That's really good. That's one part of it done. Now, I did notice something, guys. I think it's part of the asset for the third-person controller. I'm not using WSAD at the moment. I'm using the directional keys. We're able to control our character with those. I don't want players to be using that to control where's it going to be? I don't think it's preferences. So what we want to do is if I was to remove that, I'm just going to save the project before I do that. Right, so if we delete the up arrow, so up arrow, down arrow, left arrow, right arrow, and then it's still working. Of course you are. Right. So even though I removed it from here, so even though I deleted it off of the That's interesting. Let me see if that works now. Still working. think it's this one. Player move. Up, WSAD, up, down, left, right. Maybe I shouldn't have deleted it off of the, there we go. Can't move, that's good. I mean, where I've deleted them off of here, it should be easy enough to add them back in. Not that I need to add them in because they're not being used. WSAD. Yeah, so basically all this time the players could have been pressing the D keys up, down, left, right. So at the moment this is me using WSAD. Now the D keys aren't working, which is good. Starter assets. Okay. So we've solved the D key. We've removed the D key player input, and if we go to the chest, while the player's in the chest, we can't, the camera's locked. Press escape, it comes back. Alright, so now what we need to do is just get, we need to starter assets. Where's that then? I've got a custom event here called pause menu. Where the hell's that? I don't know why there's a custom event plugged in there saying pause menu. It's saying it's within this script graph. Interesting. I don't think that's in existence. Right, so basically, if the player is in the stash, we're saying they can't move. So we're setting the movement speed, sprint speed to 0, so they're frozen on the spot. So we've got the camera being locked on the spot. So I'm hoping, so this is happening on update. So if the player is at any point in the stash, they shouldn't be able to move. Give it a test. And then if we press escape, it can move. Okay, that freezes them, but what we need to do is we need to stop that rotation, and they shouldn't be able to do that either. Okay, so I guess what we could do, where we've got the stash open, we could plug that into the sections where we've got the space, Q and E. So we can literally plug a little thing in there to say if stash is open, then nothing happens. So we can stop the healing animation, the Q, so that's Q. Oh, E's interact, sorry. So we Q and R and space. Right, how do we stop the rotation then? Tricky one, this. I do not want to disable the player input. I just want to stop them from That's actually a good point. If we went over to pick the pumpkins, I just want to test something real quick. Okay. So the player can attack whilst they're wood cutting. Okay. Alright. I'm just gonna test that. That's good, I found something to fix. So you can press attack whilst you're picking pumpkins, and we don't want that to happen. Okay, I've added that to the bug fix list. So basically, basically for the actions where we have the attack, ability, the heal, where we've got these three, attack, ability and heal, we need to have something at the beginning. So I could have a boolean to say now that's interesting. Whilst we were chopping, we weren't able to move, but we were able to press those other buttons, so that might actually work for down here, freezing the character. Okay, that's a little bit of a game changer, because obviously all the code I've got at the moment, that disable input should mean that would stop us from being able to move our character, so I wouldn't even need that. Okay, I'm going to create a boolean. I know it's another one. Give me a minute, guys. Ah, it's the loot manager. I was looking in the wrong place. I think. So, if the loot... Where's the bit that's setting if I can loot or not? Can loot. Sorry guys, I'm doing a little bit of bug fixing here because what we need to do is we need to implement this. Oh, there we go. There we go. Right. Is slot available? Right. So it's the inventory that's controlling whether we can or can't loot. Okay. Right, I'm puzzled about this one here. Pause menu. Because it's not that. It's not there. It's not here. It's not there, not there, not there. Not there. Not there. Okay, what I just need to quickly test. Pause menu. Maybe when I was setting up the pause menu, I had it there. So what we're going to do, we're just going to test the pause menu. And then if I just unplug that. Yeah, as I expected, that's redundant. Okay. Okay. Right, I know that we're not directly in the thing at the moment, but we are. All of this stuff that we're doing here is relevant to the stash. So, and as you saw, with our character, if the character I want to freeze the character. If I just had a custom event that said freeze player, or if I just called it disable input, if we had a custom event called disable input, and then Yeah, so the disable input can basically just be a very simple thing that it will essentially stop. It should stop any input from the player, but we should still be able to press escape, I think. The input seems to be handling the input system. So if I copy those, if I put those just here, hold position stash, I'm going to get rid of that hold position stash because that doesn't need to be on there. And then what we need to do, right, disable input. Actually, I'm going to call it disable input. And what this is going to do we'll keep the stash open because that's important for the pause menu. So if we have two events, one called disable input, one called enable input. Input. Okay, so we've created a scene, another scene variable. This scene variable is input enabled question mark. So what we can do is we can plug that into the attack and abilities, and these events, at any point we want to stop the player from being able to move the character, we will basically trigger that or that. So for example, the stash, when we open the stash, we're going to want to disable input. And then when we close the stash, we're going to want to enable it. And within that, I don't think I'm going to need that. And basically we can rejig the existing code for everything else. This should massively simplify it. So disable input. So what we're going to do is when we disable the input, we're going to want to set that to a ball. So we're going to say disable the input enabled no, and then deactivate input, and then it'll basically be the same. Input enabled. So disable input custom event will set the scene variable input enabled to false, and we deactivate the input, and then the enable does the opposite. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this in a little comment box and call it and I'm going to give that red because that's important. So you see here, hold position if attacking, hold position if lifting, picking, chopping, hit, like all of that. We can basically we'll rework that. We need to be careful because some of that is on this on update event, so we don't want things clashing and overriding. So disable input does that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this, and I'm just going to put it right there, because this section here is on start where we set up the health bar, respawn point, and the two abilities. Enables and disables play input. Right, so now where we've got that, so we know that the camera's locked. So if we just do a quick test, we're going to go to the chest, the camera will be locked. I just want to quickly check the tree actually. I can't remember if you can move the mouse when you're at the tree. I just want to check that quickly. Oh. No. Yeah, yeah, so disable input has disabled the mouse. I'm moving it around. Good to know. Okay. Right, so now sorry, there's a lot of scripts graphs I'm flipping through here, guys. Right, so if the stash is open and you press escape, it closes the stash. Right, so now what we're going to do is when we open the stash, we're going to trigger that. And we're going to test if it works. That's annoying, isn't it? So, can you see that? That line's straight, whereas this one is... Oh, Unity. Okay, so now... Hold on. Right. We're going to run to the stash. I'm going to have a sip of my coffee. Right. Go to the stash. We can move around. Okay. I can't move the camera. I'm moving my mouse. So that's working, but the stash, okay, so now what, just show that again so we can move around. So now what we've just done, if I plug that in there, and that in there, what we're expecting to happen is we literally won't be able to move. We won't be able to move our character, but are you joking? Oh, I think I know why that's happening, guys. So even though we've got the boolean here saying input enabled, pretty sure the reason, so everything here is fine. Now notice these ones are just setting the move and the sprint speed. Whereas this one, the chopping, it's here. Can you see this custom event is happening every frame? So what it's doing is, if the character player isn't in a chopping state, we're enabling input. That is the problem there, and that is the only one that's doing that. So what we can do is we can plug in our disable input custom event to here. So what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm just going to unplug the nodes on the chopping, and what we should expect to see is that it will now work. Fingers crossed. And there we go, see? Can you see that? You see the lines pulsing at the bottom there? It was conflicting with my other thing. So we get input. If I do that, I can't move. We're gonna press escape. So we can do spacebar. So if I press escape, we come out of that, we get our movement back. We're in it. I can't move. I can't move. The mouse isn't doing anything. Okay. That's perfect. Right, so now what I'm going to do, I'm actually going to unplug. You see here where I'm setting the lock camera position. If I... Sorry, there's like a bit of repetitive playtesting here because in my head I know what needs to happen. And what I'm doing is I'm testing it. And then I'll make a small adjustment to the code, test it again, make sure it works. So we go on here. At the moment we do that. Right, I'm moving my mouse. Nothing's happening with the camera. So I should be able to unplug that. I shouldn't even need to get that node with the setting the camera to lock, because with the player input disabled, the mouse movement or the mouse look is technically disabled at the same time. Okay, so I can look around. If I just wiggle my mouse and then press E, yep, as expected. I'm moving my mouse, nothing's happening. So if I press escape, it comes back, press E again, wiggle around. Excellent. Okay, so that is a good thing because it reduces the code. And I'll just put that there. Unfreeze character movement. Freeze character while stash is open. Done that. Okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put both of these. I'm actually going to put both of these within the same comment because they both handle. Toggle stash and inventory on off. So toggle stash on off and toggle stash on off. Toggle stash on off. Toggle stash on off. Right, so shows the pause menu when the player presses escape. Why did I make that so big? Why did I make that so bloody big? Shows the pause menu when player presses escape. If the stash, when the player presses escape, the first thing we check is the stash open. If it is open, close it. So then if they pressed it again and the stash was closed, it would then show the pause menu. Okay, so that's really good. So what we need to do is just go through this code and we need to check for anything that enables, disables input, and I'm pretty sure it was the just the wood cutting. And then basically instances where we want the player to not move. So when the player attacks with their sword, they can't move on the spot. Like, they can't move, physically move away, but they can rotate. So if you were fighting multiple monsters, you could like do a sword swipe and then move your mouse to like, or move your character to kind of get the, what's the word? Face them, you know. So I'm happy with that. Right, so I was just going through all this code and checking for that disable input. I mean, technically, I would also like it on the picking, and you've got the picking and the lifting. It should be the same for that as well. Yeah, because if you're picking, like, that's an uninterruptible action. Like, you shouldn't really be able to rotate the player on the spot. It would just be glitchy. So see what I mean? It's the same here. Like, if the player's talking, so that one is the only one I think where we disable the input. Let me just check the other commands here. Okay, so in this section here, for holds position if chopping, oh wow. I could redo that bit of code where we've got all of this, where basically checks if the player's in a state, like, you see how I've got this whole red row here is to do with holding the players still whilst they're doing certain actions. And there's quite a few there. Whereas if I had a list and I manually added in like the animation states, and then I could do a loop and say if character is in that loop, you basically check is the character in any of these states. If they are, disable input. And what that would do, that would massively, like, well, it would just reduce all of that into one box. What I'm going to do, I'm going to add that to the job list. I've added that to the to-do list. So the main thing at the moment is here. Holds position if chopping. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to this one. And we're going to copy those two. And paste those there, and the hold position chopping is right here on update. So this is we basically put enable there, get rid of the deactivate, because as we know, both of those events they're right there. Disable. So we set the scene variable input enabled, and we disable or enable it. So let's do a quick test of chopping the trees and just check that that works. I know we've kind of sidetracked a tiny bit, but we've actually improved the code here with the player guys. So, alright, so we're going to go to Beowulf. I almost called him Beowulf. Right, so we're going to go get our axe. Press E. Okay. Look at that. So that doesn't conflict now. It's perfect. Oh no, hold on. No, that is a problem. If I go over here, it's not going to work, is it? Okay. Alright, so a way that we can kind of... Let's think about this. player's chopping, we disable input. So that same variable I made. Okay, 1 second, guys. Disable the input, turn it off, enable it, turn it on. Whilst we're in the stash, we disable. When we come out, we enable. So what I can do is, we know that when we're not in the stash, input is going to be enabled. So when we're in it, it's going to be disabled. So if I had a gateway and we say get the input enabled, if input is enabled, oh no, that's going to muck up the chopping. Wrong place to put it, because then the chopping code isn't gonna work. We want to know at all stages. Oh my god. I mean, instead of doing that, I guess we could check to see, is the stash open? That might be a safer bet. Because this is conflicting with the other one. Because this isn't an on-update event. This is a one-time press. Oh, where is it? In the storage chest, it's a one-time press. You press E, you open the stash. So we just want to check, is the stash open? but yeah, that would go at the start then. So if I got rid of that one and put that in there. Like I say, I've added it to the list with the jobs to kind of redo this line, these red bar comment boxes into one for loop with a list of the animated states, just to reduce the amount of code. So the safety net here, if the stash is open, this won't follow through. If the stash is closed, then we allow that code. Sorry, give me 1 second, guys. Okay. Gone a little bit blank. What was I just talking about? Right, so that, where is it? The chopping. Yeah, that was it. So if the stash is open, that will never happen. If the stash is closed, we'll be able to chop. So let's just test that. You can see there, if I just zoom out, excellent. Okay, I'm just going to test that as well, guys. So I'm just going to quickly go chop some trees. Perfect. Okay. Now, just one more test. If I go to the stash, I'm going to be able to do my abilities. Okay. So, we know that this little gateway is the stash open. That is the gateway. So that. Now what I might do is, instead of that being an on update, when the player's in the box of the shopping, this works. This allows us to freeze the player without this bit conflicting. It's the only one where they're frozen. So if we were to have the essentially this bit of code, but with a list of the animator states. So basically, not that one. I mean, we could actually. No, I don't mind the player looking around whilst they're talking to the guy. The NPCs. So holds position if healing. Holds position if they're healing. Redo code for hold all. Okay. Lifting, attacking. Alright. So now we know that the player can attack with space, and they can press Q or R. So oh, I haven't tested that one. Let me just test the left shift. So all of this code fidgeting that we're doing at the moment is to make sure that the stash, the player is frozen. Okay. Yeah, left shift is not doing a thing there. Right, so player attacking. So what we're going to do, we're just going to get this little thing. So if the stash is open, the player won't be able to do their attack because you're in the inventory. So attacking. So, if the stash is open, this will never happen. If it's closed, they will be able to attack. And then, yeah, ability, so Q and R. So attacking, player attacking, player attacking. Is the stash open? If it is, you won't be able to attack. Player ability. If the stash is open, you won't be able to use your ability. Okay. So attacking, stash open, nothing. Ability, stash open, nothing. Healing, stash open, nothing. Right, one little thing that I've just thought of. If we've got the stash up, and we're to press one of the other buttons. Oh, I've already put that safe block in, good. See here, the stash open. So if the player's in the stash, they won't be able to open the journal, stats, or inventory. So now that we've got the, we've gone in, we know that player movement and camera rotation is disabled during the stash. We've put in this block here so the player won't be able to use their heal, ability, or attack. So let's test that out. I haven't been drinking my coffee, guys. Can just check that. So see, nothing's happening. Now, curiously, I don't know why I haven't done a spacebar event for these. Why have I not got the heal ability as a keyboard event? I should have that as a keyboard event, really. Sorry guys, there's lots of kind of little adjustments to the code. I'm adding this to the list. Right, so those... I'm pressing Q, I can't use my ability, I can't do space, and I can't heal. But now I can. So... I would say we have successfully put in the safety measures there to stop the player from being able to do things they shouldn't whilst they're in the stash. Okay, that's good. I'm just going to move this down. Okay, so on my list, redo code for hold. Right, player healing animation code. Yeah, so that, I'm going to redo the animation healing code to be the same as this. Yeah. Right. So we've got this tasty little thing. Disables the player when we're in the stash. They're frozen. Right. Disable attack abilities. Disable attack abilities during interactions. Can you have a list of booleans? Oh my god, you can. We can have a list of booleans. That is amazing. So basically, on my job list, I need to disable the player from using attack or abilities during interactions. So chopping the trees, lifting the pumpkins, picking the herbs. We've done the stash. So basically, what we can do is we can have a custom event that would be something like it would be a check to see if any of those booleans are active. Or the animation states, because if the player if the player is in the middle of doing something, they should not be able to attack or use any abilities, similar to the stash. So, you know, this is I mean, to be fair, if it's a list of booleans, we can add in the stash open. Okay. Sorry guys, there's so much like fine-tuning improvements that I've been doing as we've been setting up the stash. So I'm sorry we're not like full on in the stash just at this moment. But this is improving the game. Just making these improvements and changes. Okay. So what I'm going to do on my job list, I'm basically going to create a list of booleans to include stash open, and this would be a gateway check at the very beginning of attack, ability and heal. So that will check if any of those are true. If they are true, it'll be like a loop, and if they are true, then you wouldn't be able to do the action. So that would stop, because at the moment, if you're chopping a tree, picking a pumpkin, picking a herb, you'll be able to attack whilst you're picking, which shouldn't be able to happen. So that's a bug fix. I'm not going to do that now. I'll put it on the list. It's a very easy fix, to be honest. And like I say, we've already got it in for the stash open. So it's going to be a really good thing because it will include stash open, and at the very top here we've got is chopping, is lifting, is picking. So we just add those 4 booleans to a list, and it will be, yeah, it'll be a nice little gateway check. Right, so we have the stash. We open the stash. We can't use any abilities or attack. The player is frozen on the spot. When they come out of the menu, they regain their ability to do things. So what do we need to do now? We need to see if we can allow the mouse. So when the stash is open, show the pause menu. When the player presses escape. Set lock state confined. So if I just go into the pause menu, when we resume, set it locked. Okay. This is going to be interesting. Theoretically, this should work. Why are those not aligned? Okay. So when we open the stash, we're doing that, and then when we come out, so basically that should allow us to have the mouse with the stash window open. Let's see if that is the case. Fingers crossed, guys. Moment of truth. So at the moment, as you can see, the mouse, we can't see the cursor. The moment I come in here, yes, and if I press escape, okay, so we press E, we can see the mouse, and if I press escape, it goes. Oh, I think the reason why I'm seeing it, I think it is functioning as intended, guys, but remember, when you're simulating the game like we are within Engine, if I press E, at the moment we can't see the cursor, I press E, we can see it. And it's locked. Can you see that? It's locked to the boundaries of the window. Yeah? It's locked. I can't go out. But I can interact. I can interact with the within this. So if I now press escape, that will close the window, but the mouse will still be there, and that's because when you're simulating a game in Unity, if you press escape, you see it's locked to the bound. The moment I press escape, I'll be able to go up and stop simulating. See? So I think that is working as intended. It's just we have to bear in mind that we're simulating the game. So that's really good. We've got mouse input whilst we're in here. I wonder, can you set the cursor sprite? I wonder if there's a way that you can set the cursor sprite. I wonder. Let me just query that. Set cursor. Oh. So I need to look into that. So I can basically hotspot. Change the key. Welcome to the stream, Owen. Have you been here all this time? I've had someone lurking. I don't know if it was you. Project settings. Nice. Okay, this is a UI thing. This isn't something I'm gonna do now, but I think it would be cool to have like a custom cursor. Have you just tuned in, Awen? Thanks for joining me, dude. I hope you're well. I've made some I don't know how long you've been here, but I've made some improvements to the code. And I've got a custom event here for disabling and enabling input, and this was conflicting here with the chopping. So yeah, it's going really good, dude. Really good. I've been streaming nearly 3 hours, And what I've done is with the stash, I've set it up so I've frozen the player on the spot, and yeah, I've frozen the player on the spot, and I've discovered that with the way the code is at the moment, if you were to do the tree chopping, pumpkin picking, or the herb picking, whilst you were performing that action, you could actually use your abilities or attack. So I've actually spent probably the last hour and a half going through the code and putting in some refinements. I've put on a list, on my job list of bug fixes, to basically create a list of booleans. So up the top here, where we've got the heal, the ability and the attack, I've got this gateway, so if we're in the stash, you won't be able to attack or ability or heal. So I'm going to create a list of booleans, because you see here on the left hand side on the blackboard, we've got is picking, is lifting, is chopping. So we would add those three plus the stash open, so it'd be a boolean list of 4 booleans, and that would be plugged in at the beginning, and we would basically check, are any of these booleans true? If they are, then nothing would happen. So it's just it's a bug fix to stop the player from performing actions that they shouldn't be whilst they're doing a specific interaction within the world. So I've actually improved, in the process of setting up the stash to freeze the player on the spot, I've actually improved the code and discovered a bug, which, it's interesting, isn't it? Because you expect the players to do certain things, like, you know they need to chop a tree, so their character's performing it, but the way the code is, I hadn't, at the time I coded it, I didn't put in a safety block to stop the player from performing other actions. So I'm glad that I've discovered it before someone actually said, hey, found this bug. So it's on the list. And I'm going to redo as well this middle section of code here, because we can actually create a list of animator states. So I'm gonna rework that, because I think 3 or 4 of them basically hold the player in place. So we'll do the same for that. It just reduces the amount of code on screen into one box. So it's and also the on update here, that would probably reduce that down by 4 custom events. So I'm waffling on describing what I've been doing, I'm sorry. I'm really happy that I could do a custom cursor. That's quite exciting. I don't want to use someone else's assets. I want everything to be my own work. So I've got a fair bit of UI to create in Photoshop, but it's exciting. I could do that in a completely separate stream. Sorry. Okay, so now that I'll just show you actually, Awen. So as we go up here, we can go in here, and you see I'm moving my cursor around. The moment I press E, we're in here, and I'm able to, whilst I'm pressing my abilities, I've given the player, I'm able to use my mouse to interact with the inventory and the stash. So basically what we need to do is, we've got the interface set up here, but we haven't got the code in. So the way the inventory functions, when we pick up an item and it gets added to the inventory, it's basically going to be the same kind of code but for when a player clicks on an item on here, it would remove it and move it over to here. So you basically like left click and you'd store it, or right. I might have right click as store. I think right click as store. Yeah, so I'm going to have a tooltip. I'm not going to do the tooltip just now. What we're going to do, we're going to get the functionality in. So when the player hovers over an item and they right mouse click, it would store that item. It would move it from the inventory to the stash. So right mouse click would move the item over there. And what we can have with the tooltip, where I plan to have it show the name of the item, description of the item, and then just beneath it, similar to how we've got this quite a nice consistent color scheme going on. Domric's hand. Very good. Exactly, yeah. So with my tooltip that I've got planned, it would be a simple small box, and at the very bottom we would have this kind of what colour would you call that? It's like a pale brown or sandstone. We would have that colour, and then I would have an icon for like right mouse click store, left mouse click withdraw, or yeah, right mouse click would be to store. So from the inventory, if you right mouse click on things, you store it. And then over here on the stash, maybe left click to withdraw, right click to store. That would make sense. Because I don't want to have the player dragging from the inventory to the stash. I don't want to have that at the moment. That's not something I'm planning. It's also not something I've done before, so I'd rather just keep it simple and functional for the time being. A drag and drop actual interaction between the player, that may be further down the line. So right click to store, or left click, maybe left click to store. I don't know, right click seems... Right click to withdraw. I don't know why. I've played a lot of ARPGs. I do think right click is normally like withdraw. I feel left click store, right click to withdraw. I feel that's good. So what we need to do then is we need to go into our code. Not here. So actually, yes. So this is the inventory. It's actually quite simple, isn't it? No, it's not. Okay, we need to copy this. So we've got scene variables. Add item, right, slot available. That is a object Hey Turno, welcome to the stream, bro. Yep, I have a functional 40 slot inventory, and what we're working on tonight is we're working on the stash. So basically, where the player collects items, I've modelled a kind of bank storage stash chest thing where the player can deposit items they've gathered from killing. So this is what we're coding in. It's also worth noting that I intend to have the items in the stash stackable. I think for the time being, if I actually get it working so that if the player is putting items in the stash, we'll just get the actual code working. So you click on the inventory, it stores it in the stash. That's what we need to do. When it comes to the getting the items to stack, that's a next thing. So I think what I should do is get that functionality in first, and then we can look into the stacking ability. So I'm just looking at the code for the inventory at the moment. So we don't need to worry about the wealth. Right, so how many slots did I... Stash has got 80, hasn't it? Yeah, 80 slot stash. Okay. Right, so basically, we're in the code at the moment for the inventory. So what's happening here is we're getting all the children, and we're basically turning off that image. So at the moment, all of the children have their this white sprite. So what we're going to do is we're going to do the same that we've got on the inventory. So on start, we're going to do a loop for 80, and we get all the children. So we'll create a scene variable for stash children. We'll set their image disabled, and then we add them to slot available. And then down here, where we're doing slot available, inventory target. Okay, so we'd have a scene variable for can deposit, because can loot, what this does here, if your inventory is full, so basically if our stash is full, then we would basically say stash is full and do a message to the player. So what I'm going to do, if we're in the inventory at the moment, so if I go on the stash, We've not got code for that yet. Storage chest. Oh, this is going to be interesting. On trigger state, so if we're in the trigger of the stash, handles stash grid layout and management. So, okay. That's interesting. Okay. Why did I do that? Why have I put the chest interaction there? You see my slight dilemma. We have the game object, which is the stash, but you'll notice on the, not on the canvas of the inventory, but the actual inventory itself is where I put the script. So basically what I need to do is I need to get the stash. I need to basically put that script on the stash and then swap out the script on the storage chest and give it one to say just storage chest, because the stash controller, the code needs to be on there because all the children are on there. It doesn't make sense for that game object to be handling it. Like, the purpose of that should be to show the stash. Give me 1 second, guys. Check my sugars. Right, let's think about this. The inventory is always active. The player can always press tab at any time to show the inventory. The storage chest, the purpose of that is to show the stash. Like, the player won't be able to access the stash unless they're on that. Even though the stash is always active in the background, it's always there, it's just not visible to the player until they're at that point. So on the code here, Because what we don't want... Right, hold on. All of these children... I mean, they're a Raycast target. So I do... Oh my god, how's that going to work? So you click on... You click on the item. So do I need to give them a button component? And then... Oh my god. But then that's gonna mean they're all gonna need their own script. Surely not. I'm just thinking through the process here. I'm thinking through the process. Are they going to need their own script? If they're a button... Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm just wondering if we can do it so... Could you have it so like on mouse click? The purpose of the chest is to allow the player to open the stash. That's the only purpose. So we need to swap out the code. And we need to put because there's nothing to stop the player no, that is right. Hold on, I'm just getting my head around where the script graphs need to be. The storage chest, the only purpose is to show the canvas. So that code can be replaced with a simple storage chest script. Show the canvas. And then it's the player graph that will hide it. Okay. Oh my god. Right. We are gonna need the script component on the stash, because the first thing we need to do is we know that the inventory, if the player clicks on something, it's going to go to the stash, but it should only ever go to the stash if the stash is open. So we're going to have a check to say, is the stash open? That's the very first gateway, because if we didn't have that, the stash is always there in the background. So if the player was to click, if they were in the graveyard and then they were to click the bone in their inventory. Oh no, actually. No, because if the player presses tab, if the player presses tab during gameplay, it just shows the inventory. Like, we can't interact with it, we can't click. So I think I'm overthinking this. The only time the player will be able to click the inventory is when the stash is open. I'm overthinking it. So we are going to have to move. We are going to have to move the script from the storage to the stash itself. So the inventory handles the capacity. Slot available. So we do. So we have the inventory. Then we've got the loot. The loot browser is to do with. That's to do with looting. That's not to do with the loot browser isn't the inventory. So right. Inventory and stash, that's what we're working with. So the inventory has the controller inventory, and that's not the canvas, that's the child of the canvas. So that's the one that has the script machine, and that's called controller inventory, and this is called controller stash. So we need to give, similar to how we've got the inventory. So we've got controller inventory, controller stash. So let's give the stash script machine, and it's going to be controller stash. I don't know why I did that variable, because this isn't going to need that. So the stash, go between that and that. So, okay. Right, so we'll leave that code there. We're going to... Let me just check my folder of scripts, actually. Don't think I have one for storage chest. Holy shit, I've got 148 scripts. Oh no, sorry, no, half that. Because you have a dot meta and a dot asset. I've got 74 scripts. Okay. So the storage chest is getting the script machine removed. Remove the script machine and remove the variables, and then we're going to add a script machine to the chest, new scripts, and we'll just call this storage chest. Okay, so storage chest is the title, description, handles displaying the stash and inventory. So now, if we go on the stash and copy that and put that on the storage chest, so when the player is in the storage chest, so when we're in the storage chest, on trigger stay, if we're the player and they press E, will show the stash. So now what I can do is I can get rid of that from the controller stash. We'll just test that works. So now that we've got that bit done, we can technically, I believe we can make a prefab of that storage chest, because its only purpose is to show the trigger the open stash, and the open stash then sets the boolean on, enables the stash canvas, disables input. Yeah, I think that's the point we can make the prefab now. So if I just quickly do that, so prefabs interactive. Now for the time being, we've got the circle. Yeah, so where I've got my UI assets, I've got the inventory icons, but I would have a UI and call that like minimap, and then in there I would have the icons for the stash and whatnot, and then at that point we can, once we've created a minimap icon, I can then what's the word? I can then have that icon in the folder here, and then we would update the prefab. So I can create the prefab at this stage. So interactive, so we get the storage chest, we drag that into there, and that storage chest has the mesh, got the collider, it's got the script, and there's no variables. We don't need variables on it. Its only purpose is to handle the trigger. So we've got that prefab in there, so that's called storage chest. So if I unpack, oh actually no, I don't need to unpack that. I can leave that there actually, because that's nothing else is going to change with that. The only thing that's going to change is the like I say, if we open it up, it will be the circle, so the sprite will change, and that is on the list to create the icon for that, and that'd be pretty cool to do that as well, guys. And I believe, yeah, POI. So POIs don't get rendered in the where is it? Culling mask. Oh, sorry, no. It's getting shown to the camera, but the mini-map camera, it doesn't get shown, but the mini-map does. And the circle has the mini-map layer. So yeah, that's fine. Sorry, there's so many little variables and things going on, like trying to keep track of everything. It's quite full on. Okay. Right, the prefab is done. I'm happy. Right, so the stash. What we need to do, and I'll just show you what happens. I know we're repeating playtesting here. So at the moment, if we go to this, we get the white blocks. So the very first thing we're going to do is the same as the inventory. So the inventory has 3 variables. We don't need the currency. We're not going to be displaying currency in the stash. We're going to have these 2 variables. We're going to have a list of game objects for slot available, slot unavailable. So I'm going to copy the slot available. And we're going to go to the stash. And that's going to be a list of game objects. And then we're going to have slot unavailable. And we don't need the third one because the third one is the currency, and that just gets shown in the player's inventory. So we've got our 2 variables there. So if I copy this section here, and we go to the stash. On game start, adds all children of stash to a list and disables that. Right, so what we need to do is we need to create a scene variable for stash children. So this is going to be stash children, and that's going to be game object. And for the inventory children was the container, which has them all there. So for the stash, it's going to be the same. It's going to be the container. So I'm in the script for the stash at the moment. So if I scroll down here, and where we've got stash children, we're going to get the container and just plonk that reference in there. Okay? So if we hide that, we're going to go to our, not the inventory, we're going to go to the graph for the stash, and there are 80 children. So we're going to do 80, and we're getting in stash children. So on start, we do a loop 80 times. We get the stash children, get that game object, we get the component in there, and then the slot available, adding it to the list. So now, hey Long Arm, welcome to the stream. Have you not seen the chest, bro? Well, I can't remember if you were on the stream when I was modelling it. So this very first bit we've just done should now hide those white blocks. I'm really excited to see this functioning. Oh, you've not seen it in game. So you saw me modelling it, but you haven't seen it. So there it is, bro. The chesticles. There's the chest. Well, that's good, doesn't it, dude? So, and I know it's on these kind of marble blocks. The reason it's on marble blocks is because the Wizards Guild, which has not been created yet, WIP, work in progress. There's basically, wherever there is a storage chest, there will be a wizard NPC just standing next to it. You won't be able to talk to them, they're just an NPC to accompany the chest, because the chest is associated to the Wizards Guild, hence why the chests appear in each kind of village location found within the world. So that's the whole thing about the chest. Like, it's the Wizards Guild that kind of magically create and look after your stash for you. So that is the chest in game. So if I press E, I'm expecting all of those white blocks to be not visible. Ta-da! Excellent. That's step one. Wizards in progress! Oh, I love it, dude. Oh, that was brilliant. Oh my god. That was brilliant. I just need to pop some sweets. My sugars are a little low. Give me a minute, guys. My second eldest, I've got his little Halloween box over there, and where he ate the sweets, the tub, everything in there got really sticky, so he's not eating them basically, and that's perfect for a diabetic. Let me just shove my face quickly. Sorry, I know I'm always mentioning my diabetes, but my sugars go up and down whilst I'm working, and when you get low blood sugars, the ability to process and think, cognitive functions just completely hit the floor. And I can tell, because if I'm doing coding, I'm just like, it affects my ability to code basically, or just do anything really. Right, so we've got the first part of this, and that's working. Hides the children. It hides 80 children. Right. What's the next step? So, you don't need the wealth. Let's analyze this. So, yes. Scene variable can loot. So, if the player inventory that's to do with capacity basically. So we're going to create a scene variable called can deposit, and that is going to be based on if the stash has capacity. So at the moment we're basically focusing on slot available for receiving loot from the inventory. Okay. And that's the first thing we're doing. We're just going to handle the player transferring loot from inventory to stash. And then when it comes to withdrawing, we would have can deposit, and then we would have can withdraw. But we're going to work on one function at a time. We're not going to jump ahead and screw ourselves over. Okay. Right, notice the function slot available. I'm in the controller inventory. I'll go to stash. We're just gonna plonk that there. That function, I'm 99% certain, is called in the loot browser. Slot available. I'm sure it was in here. Hold on. No. Where the hell was it? Right. Oh my god. Is it a manager? Loot manager. No. That handles spawning the loot. Ah! It was in the prefab of the loot item. Slot available. See? Scene. Inventory. Scene variable inventory. Okay, I knew it was somewhere. So So that function give me 1 second. So we're in the bone stack prefab. So basically the bones. We're in the code for the bones, the loot item of the bones. Yes, I do. That's I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you, dude. I every single day, living every second with diabetes is it's. I don't let diabetes control me. I just manage it within my life, within living. So I'm fortunate that I have hypo awareness. So my body, I always describe it as you know, Spider-Man has spider sense. He senses danger. Oh, my spidey sense is tingling. It's exactly the same for a diabetic. When your blood sugars are low, you have hyper awareness, which is literally like Spider-Man's danger sense or awareness of danger, and your body just gives you these warning signs. You just know, your body, you feel it. It's literally like a sixth sense. Like when you need to consume sweets to bring your sugars back up. So unfortunate I have that. Some diabetics don't, and they will end up on the floor in a coma. But I also have the Libra, so I use my phone to scan the sensor on my arm to check my sugars. So I'm always aware of what my levels are and stuff, and but thank you very much. Are you diabetic? If you've had bad blood sugars, or I don't know if you're diabetic. Just with you saying you've had bad blood sugars, sounds to me like you have checkups for blood sugar levels. I mean, I don't know if that's normal for a non-diabetic, but it's definitely something a diabetic gets done all the time. Right, sorry, I'm digressing. We're in the script for the bone prefab. So you see here, we're not going to be having an on-trigger stay. We're basically within the controller for the inventory. We're going to have an event for on mouse click. So you'd have one for on mouse hover, which will oh no, actually, tell a lie. No, you would have one for, I do believe it is actually going to be oh my god, it's going to, I think we might need to create a single script that we might need to give all of the children a button component. So on hover event would show the tooltip. On click would follow this code here that you're looking at right here, where we check if the slot's available in the stash and can deposit. Get the child of get the child inventory stash. Yeah, so basically this is where it's getting a little bit confusing, because we have 3 different things at the moment. We're in the prefab for the bones, but we're going to essentially use this code for each individual child. It's like you would... Oh my god, yeah, this is going to get quite intense right now. Yeah, I mean, well, your body, a non-diabetic's blood sugars, I think the normal range is between 4 and 8 mmol or mole, which is like Americans read it in a different format, but in the UK we go by I'm in a group on Facebook actually, and there's a lot of Americans in there, and they always have like really larger numbers for measuring blood sugars. But in the UK, our number is a much lower one. I think it's a more modern one. I think the larger blood sugar readings are the older format of measuring blood sugars. But yeah, keep it unchecked, dude. Keep an eye on it, because living with diabetes is a bastard. Okay. What I need to do is, we're in the stash here. Oh my god. Right, this is the inventory, and the inventory's purpose. We've done that bit. Find the next available slot, and finds the next available slot and occupies that slot. Yeah, so this is to do with storage. Okay, so let's go back into the stash. So this is going to say stash full, and that needs to say 80, slot unavailable. So count the slots. Scene variable, we need to create one, and this is going to be can deposit question mark boolean can deposit. So slot available, custom event. What's CDN mean? So we're in a stash, it's custom event, slot available, check is there capacity. So slot available, if slot unavailable equals 80, which is the max capacity, then we say can deposit is false. So no, you can't deposit. And the reason I've got a sticky note there is because I need to decide on how I want to display that information to the player. So I might create like a child, simple text message, stash full. Just need to think where to place it. So, oh, okay. I think I do have quite a few viewers from America, which is why I didn't assume where you were from. Sorry, dude. I think it's because of the time zone. Like, everyone in the UK is asleep at the moment, and I always work through the night. Okay. Right. So we have in target. I'm going to have to create one called stash target. And that's going to be an integer. Okay, so going through the code so far, slot unavailable, 80, stash full, can deposit, slot available, slot unavailable, stash target, slot unavailable, can deposit. So not can loot, this will be can deposit. Okay, so that should handle the player basically transferring loot from the inventory to the stash. So oh, that's going to be interesting. Okay, so in the process that the stash is moved, oh my god, you're going to have to... Oh no, that doesn't get done here, sorry, I'm just thinking. At this stage, we're not... Oh shit, hold on. Do those need to be scene variables? So this handles the slots, but what we're going to need to happen is when the player moves an item, this handles moving the object between, but then in the other code, oh my god. In the other code, we're going to have to so we need the code from clicking something to moving it. In the process it moves, you need to remove it from the inventory list, add it to the oh my god. Sorry, one sec, I'm going blank. So you move from the inventory to the stash, you're going to be, in that process, you free up the slot in the inventory, you take up a slot in the stash, but then the inventory slot you freed up needs to have the sprite removed, and then the sprite needs setting in the stash. So I know how to do that. That should be easy enough, because up here you should be able to set the image. The only problem is that these lists are object variables, and I'm not going to be able to read those between the two different graphs. So I feel like they are going to have to be I feel like we're going to have to create the 4 lists, because the stash and the inventory both have slot available, slot unavailable. So you're going to, in the process that you're moving from the inventory to the stash, you're going to have to say, get the sprite of the game object from the inventory, set the sprite of the stash to such and such. So loot children. Hold on, where's that? Hold on, where's that loot children? Right. Let me just check my prefab again. Sorry guys, there's quite a lot of different things going on here. Okay, so this graph is handling adding children to the object, but we're taking existing children. We're not deleting children. The children are constant. 40 children in the inventory, 80 in the stash. So the children aren't moving. What's happening is the data, and at the moment the only data is the sprite. I need to research the I think I mentioned it the other stream about getting what was it, the an Excel spreadsheet with all the data to display in the tooltip and stuff. So all of these things yeah, should be fine. It's the loot browser. Okay. Right, so what I needed to do was I need to make those lists, don't I? I need to make those lists as scene variables. So and they're not in here. Okay. So we're in the inventory. Sorry, there's 3 different scripts we've got: inventory, loot browser, and stash. We're copying snippets of code from the loot browser. This is why I'm making sure I'm not making any mistakes. I don't want to screw anything up. So inventory. Inventory children. Right. Slot available. List of game objects. Slot available. Right, inventory children, inventory slot available. Okay. Slot available. Inventory slot unavailable. Inventory slot unavailable. Available. Inventory slot unavailable. Oh, I just thought of something. The capacity of... Oh, how's that going to work? Because there's 80 indexes on the stash. There's 40 on... There's 40 on... Oh no, that should be fine. I think I'm overthinking this. My brain's kind of thinking ahead. of any potential issues, but I think I'm okay. I think I'm just overthinking it. Right. Right, we've replaced them with scene variables. So now I can remove that and that. Save. And then we go into the stash. And okay, so we're in stash. Stash slot available. Stash slot unavailable. Stash slot available. And then stash slot unavailable. Stash slot unavailable. Okay. Right. Just check these are all scene variables now. Hope you're enjoying the stream, guys. Okay. So, we have We've got the lists. We've got the icons being hidden. Synthwave's amazing, dude. Okay. Right. This is where I'm going to be not nervous. I'm excited, but right. Both of those mirror each other, with the difference being the stash has 40 more capacity. Right. Now, the loot browser, I don't need to worry about that. Actually, I kind of do, because let's just have a look at the bone prefab. Let's look at the... Right, what's going on here? Remove the item. That's to do with displaying it. That's to do with the UI. Right, so when we click a button, what are we in at the moment? Prefabs. This is what we want, I think. Guys, I think we are going to have to add buttons to... Oh my god. Right, let me just... Oh my god. Okay, right, I can do this. I know I can do this. I'm awesome. Right, we're going to have to create... Oh shit, hold on. Okay, right, I know what I need to do. Right, we're going to have two different scripts. We're going to have one script for inventory items. And then we're going to have... No, actually, that's called controller inventory, and this is called controller stash. So if I had if I had a script called inventory slot, because what we're going to have is we're going to have the inventory children will all have the same script. It doesn't need to be different. It's going to be the same script, so they all they all share the same code. So I do it for one, and then I can just apply that script to all of the other children. But we're gonna need one script for the inventory slots and then one script for the stash slots, because the way the code works between them is going to be different. So what we'll do the inventory first. So we're going to get it working so that when you click on a button, you will move the item across to the stash, and then vice versa. If you wanted to withdraw from the stash, that code would do the reverse of the other one, which is why we need two different scripts so they don't conflict. Okay. Anyone watching? Is anyone watching? Have you guys actually done anything like this before, where you've got inventories and stashes? Just out of curiosity. Why can't I see the inventory? Okay, here we go. Right, so we've given it a button. Okay. Inventory. Actually, if I call it slot, okay. Okay, so we've got a script machine on there. Okay. Right, so what do we want to happen? We want to do on mouse over, that would be for the tooltip. But I'm not doing the tooltip at the moment. That's that's not the focus just at the moment. On mouse down. On button click. Right. So okay. Right, so on button click, you want to check can deposit. On button click, can we deposit? If true, ooh. So we check if we can deposit. If it's true, remove it from the inventory list. Remove the sprite. Set sprite inactive. Oh god, I wouldn't be working on Unreal on a laptop, dude. Jesus. No, I don't like football. Sorry, dude. Remove from inventory list. Remove sprite. I feel like before we do that, I disagree, but you know, I won't knock you for it. Everyone's got their own hobbies. Oh. Is that it? So when we click on an item, we're checking if we can deposit. If we can, right, so when we click the button, we're checking can we deposit. If we can, then I think what we should do is do that first, because we're going to be getting the sprite from that. And if we remove the sprite from that before that, I think that's going to be a problem. So you add it to the stash list, set the sprite, set that, and then right, I feel like that's it. I feel like that's it. So what I now need to do is go into the code of the prefab. This is exciting, guys. I've never done this before. Right. So, on button click, oh no, hold on a minute. You need to check, because all of these are going to have buttons, and if there is a slot, like all of those will be buttons, but you want to check if the image component is active, because otherwise you're going to be able to click on empty slots and move them across. So the image image component. Because we don't want the player being able to we don't want them to be able to click a slot that doesn't have an actual item in it. So this has the image component. Right. So if there's no image, nothing will happen. Okay. Right. So when we click a slot, we're checking, is there an active image there? If there is, then we check in the stash, slot available, and we check if we can deposit. Right, this is where it's gonna get. So we're not doing that whole checking thing from the last section. So you need to get. Well, this is a child, right? Okay, so this is a child. So we know this is a child of the container. So we need to get the index of this child. Right. Add to stash. Right, where's the thing that adds? Let's just have a look here. Get the child. Okay, this is where it's going to get tricky, guys. So we know what we need to do. Loot children. Inventory children. Yeah, it's definitely worth an investment if you're wanting to do game dev. You need something decent. You don't want the laptop overheating and getting blown out. So what's happening here? Get the child. Inventory children. It's the container. Slot available. Can loot. The child of the inventory children. So you're setting the inventory target. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to copy that bit. Right. Add to stash. So that's going to be stash children. Stash children. Stash target. Stash target. Get the game object of that. Get the image component, set it enabled. And so add to the stash list. We're not adding it just yet. Slot available. Stash target. Ah, yes, got ya. I got ya. I got ya. Right. So we're setting the stash target, the index of that there. Follow. Right. So we get the stash children. We get the stash target. Because this sets the target. So we're getting the child of that, we're getting the game object, we're getting the component, we're setting it enabled, and then we're going to set the sprite. So what we want to do in slot 1, we want to get the source image, you want to get the sprite. So you get the sprite of this and you set it to that. I'm with you. Tally ho! Okay, so get the child of the stashed children, and that's the index, and that's what you want to do. You want to say get a component in children, get the image, set the image enabled, set the sprite to whatever the sprite was of the loot that we're putting into the stash. Add to the stash list. Now the stash list already gets done in here. Set enabled. So add to the stash list. Well, that gets done there. Add to stash list. Set sprite from previous. Set image active. I'm going to leave this post-it in here because that's good for me to know. Right, and now what we need to do is this bit. What we could do, we could quickly test this works. We could test, go kill a skeleton, get an item, and then see if it moves it into the thingy. Let's give it a test, shall we? So we know that it's not going to get removed from the inventory just yet. What? Variable not found? Player character? What the f... What? What the fuck you on about? What? What's going on? What the fuck? Did I rename that? I must have accidentally renamed the top. What a bell end. Holy shit. Oh my god, what a panic. I must have renamed that variable by accident. When did I do that? Jesus Christ, that made me panic. Okay. So at the moment, we go in here. I'm nervous and excited for this, guys. So we're going to get an item. Okay, we've got one bone. Fingers crossed, guys. Fingers crossed. Oh! Baby! Oh, look at that as well. Can you see that in the inventory? Let me just come out. Wait, wait. Let me do that. Can you see that? When we click the item, can you see it's like it's highlighting the image exactly as it is. It's got the button component, but it's not created like a square shape. It's literally doing it to the shape of the image. Look, we're adding stuff, guys. To the stash. It's working! Now, if I click one more time, bottom left should say stash full. Dude, we've got a stash full of bones. Okay, I can't believe I accidentally renamed that variable. When did I do that? Jesus Christ, do not want to mess around with that. Okay, so that is a great success. So what do we need to do now then? I guess we need to have... Oh, dude. Right, okay, so I need to boil the kettle, guys. I'm pumped. So we've successfully, on the very first go, we've got the first item. Bearing in mind we haven't copied and pasted the button component or the script to the other children. So what we're going to do is I'm going to make a coffee and I'll BRB. Oh, I actually need to put my bin out, guys. Just give me 1 minute. I'll tell you what, guys, I'm so proud of myself. I've never done an inventory or anything like this before, and I'm not gonna lie, it's a bit daunting. It's a bit daunting because it's quite complicated. There's quite a lot of stuff to it. And I'm really happy that I've made the progress I have. Like, got a really cool loot drop feature. Player can get stuff. It's all groovy. I'm just going to put the bin out, guys, and then we will crack on with the next part, which is basically removing the item from the inventory when we click it. Right, gonna make me coffee, guys. Okay. We got the fuel. We're ready for action. Why has the music stopped? Gotta have some music. Gotta have some synthwave. It's my fuel whilst I work. So let's get the music back up. There we go. Okay, so so this is successfully working. Now what's going to be interesting, guys, is where if we have like 5 items in our inventory, and if we clicked, I don't know, the 3rd item, I would hope that the item would shift back. So when you click one, it would shift backwards. I hope. I don't know if it will do that, but we shall see. Right, so let's have a look here. So this does what we need it to do. Right, so we've got the inventory. So we're going to remove it because we're moving it into the stash. We need to get the index of this. Okay, so we get the index and then we remove it from that. Okay. Jesus. Okay, this is going to be the tricky bit. So we've got it adding to the stash, but we need to... We need to... I'll tell you what, the easy bit is to do this. Oh. No, we should do that before. So remove the sprite, set this inactive. Oh my god. So you want to get the index. Gets the sibling index. Is that the right one? I'm guessing it's that. That would be the right node, wouldn't it? Get sibling index. It seems like the right node to call. Get the sibling index of this. So this is a child of the inventory. So we're getting the sibling index of this. If anyone's watching, just let me know if I'm right on that, because I've not used this node before. So get the sibling index of this. And then we want to go to the loop browser, because that's the loop browser is the one that adds I'm going to query it, guys. Actually, no, you know what? I'm going to stick with that node. So we get the index of this, and then I guess loot children. Oh, okay, got you. I guess it's going to be this. Where's the bit that... So we're going to be doing the reverse. Right, what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this bit. We're going to paste this here. So right, so right, so we're not. Oh my god. So that is basically adding it to slot unavailable. So what we're doing the reverse. We're adding it to available. We're removing it from list reversed. So if we get that, we're removing it right, so we're getting the sibling index of this. We're removing it from the unavailable list, and Oh. Right, remove. Right, so when we want to remove this, we're removing it from the unavailable. And I guess just add it to the list. I think that's going to work. So we get the sibling index of this, and we're removing it from the unavailable and we're adding it to the available. I mean, it looks like that would do what we need it to do. So I guess let's give it a go. So what we'll do one test where we get one item, and we'll see if it removes from the inventory. Where are you going? And then if it does, then we'll get 3 more kills. Oh my god. It removed it. Oh, it worked! It worked! So now the test is get a few more kills. Hey Naloth, welcome to the stream, dude. No, it's going really well actually, dude. It's going really well. I've made my own inventory and stash. So it's going really well. How are you? Right, so if I click this object, I'm hoping these ones might shuffle down. Okay. So they didn't shuffle, but they are gone. That's going to be interesting. So we click that one and it's gone in there. Now we've got an empty slot on the first index. So I'm wondering, when we loot the next object, is it going to go in the first slot or is it going to go in the 6th? Oh my god! It went in the first one! Oh my god. I've actually done something really cool. I know this might be very simple and easy for a lot of people following tutorials and stuff, but I've done this all myself. I'm super chuffed. Super chuffed with this. Okay. So now that we've got that working, it looks like it's doing the job. So we're going to have to... what we're going to do is we're going to do some play testing. So I'm just going to expand this post-it because this is important that I know what's happening at what stage. So it doesn't look like I need this bit of code here. That is that simple. Add to the stash. That bit of code handles moving it from inventory to stash. So we don't even have any object variables. So now what I'm hoping will happen is if I... so we need to copy... If I copy that and scroll down to 40 and then paste as new, they should all have the button component. Okay, so now if we copy the script machine, because these are all copying the exact same code, and if I paste as new, right, all of those buttons. Okay, here's the test then, guys. So I've given all 40 inventory slots the button component and the same script. So what we're going to do is we're going to get an inventory full of gear, and then we're going to go to the stash and we're going to store those items, and I'm going to do random selections within the inventory because I want to make sure that if we had an odd selection, in the window, like, you know, with a few holes and stuff, like if we were to then pick up some more loot, that it would it would what's the word, oh my god, that it would fill the slots. So if we had like index 1, 7 and 20 empty, if we were to then go and pick up some more loot, would it want to make sure that it fills the void, and it should do. I love it when they run around the tombstone like that, it's so funny. Okay, inventory's looking good. So we're going for a full stack, guys. We need to make sure, we need to fill the stash. So this is the fun bit, play testing it. How have you been, Nalof? Getting a lot of gems. Whoa! Snuck up on me. Cheeky bugger. We're almost full. Glad you're doing well, dude. Good to have you here, man. I'm really excited to test the stash. So we want to get the stash at max capacity. To test it, it works. And then we've basically handled moving items from the inventory to the stash. And then a tooltip would be really nice. Okay, 8 more items. So the stash is double the capacity of the stash is double the capacity of the loot. And I can make it as big as I want. That's the joy of this. Like, I can add more children to the stash if I wanted. But the feature I want to do is stackable loot. So if you had like a load of bones, then you'd be able to stack them in one slot of the stash. So, but I'm aware I need to look into this. Oh, we've got topaz. Right, one more kill. I didn't take a single hit from the skellies, guys. Okay, here's the test. Right, if I click the emerald, what I'm expecting to happen is that slot would free up and that would be taken. Dude! Oh! Right, why are those one? Index was out of range. Must be non-negative and less than the size of the collection. Okay. Index must be non-negative and less than the size of the collection. Okay. Well, so at the moment we can click here. So these items, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So these are like 30. So we are adding to it there. Okay. Alright, so what I want to do now, you see in the inventory there's a few empty slots, like it's a bit random. So we got like above the topaz, top left, 2 slots, and then there's another slot. So what I'm hoping to happen now is when we kill skellies, I'm hoping like the next one I get will fill that slot on the... Oh, it didn't. Okay. Okay, so that's strange. Okay, I think that's because we've removed it at a specific index. I think that's why it's doing that. So instead of remove item at index, if I just do so instead of remove item at index, we'll just remove item and see if that does a better job. Where was that code coming from anyway? Index was out of range. So we're moving that game object from the unavailable, adding it to the available. Alright, let's see if that works better. Let's go, baby! Thanks, dude. I'm going to be going to bed soon myself. I've been up all night working, so it's 7:30 in the morning here. So sleep well, my friend, And thanks for tuning in, mate. Stay safe. Okay, we're just going to fill up our bag again. Right, 12 more items. Welcome to the stream, dude. Thanks for tuning in. How are you? I'm just testing out my inventory and stash that I've just been setting up. It's been a min. What? I don't understand. I'm doing good, mate. I'm doing very good. Done a lot of work on this game. Lots of new features. I'm just gathering up the loot so we can test the stash. Three more items. I get that so much, dude. Do you like the look of it? Okay, so here's the test. So we go to the stash, and then I should be able to, if I just do all the gems, do some random bits. What, you mean this? What, you mean if you had this game, what you're looking at now? I think that's a compliment, so thank you very much, dude. Okay, right, what we're hoping to happen, notice the inventory at the top left. You see how I've taken out, like, random bits? I did that on purpose, so I'm hoping that when I pick up the next bone, it will go to the 4th slot. Oh! It did. And then if we pick the next one up, it should go to the 6th slot. Oh my god. Oh my god! It's working! Yeah, baby! Oh my god. I've made my own inventory and stash. This is so awesome. Dude. I am so chuffed with myself. I've never done this before, an inventory or a storage unit. Like, I wasn't nervous, but I was just, I didn't doubt myself, but I was just like, this isn't something I've done before. I don't know how to do it, and I've just done it. So it's a pretty awesome feeling. Right, let's loot these up. I'm going to be adding in so much stuff to this game as well, dude. I've got loads planned. The next area is going to be a Goblin Village. Not a Goblin Village, it's going to be a Goblin Ruins. My son's requested goblins be the next enemy. I said, what about a bandit camp? And they're like, goblins. I'm like, okay. So, I've got to model some goblins. I want to have ranged combat and magic combat as well. So, there's quite a lot to... loads to do. Right, one more kill, and then we're going to go to the stash. Right. So when we go back, I'm going to do a different pattern. Right. So if I go diagonal, now what's interesting, when I'm clicking one of those, it's can you see that? When I click that one, it's selecting the top, the first index item. I wonder why that is. Because they've all got the button components. Okay. Right, the stash is looking good. So basically what will happen when that stash is full, we should get a message at the bottom left to say stash is full. I'm not sure. Basically, all of the inventory slots have a button. And when you click the button, it kind of it highlights the object ever so slightly. So it's if I clicked like any of the other. The first index is top left, so it goes across. So top left will be index 0 or 1, and then it'll be 2, 3, 4, 5. But if I clicked any item further down the inventory, it's highlighting the top one, so it's not a problem. It's a very minor thing. I'll tell you what, that blood ruby drop is really rare. By the way, these skeletons aren't going to be one hit. They do actually have 4 hits to kill them. It's just, I've got it set like that for testing purposes. Right, so if I store these across now, can you see that when I left click this one or that one? Strange. Okay, how many items? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We need 8 more. Actually, we need 9 more. So 9 more items. And then I think I've got the first half of that done. So we've got what level am I? Level 3. Oh, nearly level 4. Just kill a few more. I was having to think about dungeons earlier as well. I have an idea of how, like, I want to have, like, certain dungeons, so they would be like their own instances. So, like, if you wanted to get some decent loot, some really good stuff, you go to these specific areas on the map, and then you would get like a UI pop-up with the name of the dungeon, and you'd be able to like enter it and go up against, like, I've got a really good plan for like the dungeons. I think it would be pretty cool. Okay, so here is the last test. So we're going to click through here. Now, if I click the next item at the bottom left, I'm expecting the message stash full. And there it is. So we can't put anything in because the stash is full. I've done it, guys. Got a functioning inventory and a functioning stash. I need to take a picture of that. Oh, I'm so happy with that. Okay, so what we need to figure out is why when we click any other item that isn't the first index, it's very strange why it's doing that. Yes, yep, that is the plan. So this stash, the inventory was done a few days back, but the stash is a new feature. So it took me nearly 3 hours to model that chest, and the stash is basically double the capacity of the inventory. I can make it bigger if I wanted, but for the time being, I'm just going to have it as an 80 slot stash. The intention is that if you had like bones already in the stash, and then you added more bones to your stash, it would stack up. So you'd get like a little number beneath it to say the quantity. But the thing with that is it would involve it's just, there's just a lot of stuff to it. It's like enhancing it further. So, you know, I need something to keep track of what the item is, because I want to have a tooltip. So if you hovered your mouse over an item, it would show the name, the description on here, and then if you were in here, it would do the same. So, you know, you can see, you can get a little description of what you're looking at. So there's that tooltip I want to add, and I want to the quantity. I've got an Excel spreadsheet with the ID number for each loot item. So depending on that item, that would determine the information that's given to the player. I have... Oh, Jesus, that NPC just knocked me on top of the chest. He knocked me on top of the chest. Cheeky bugger. The village drunk over there, look at him. Having a stumble. So yeah, so I want to have stacking. I want to have a tooltip. And what else do I want? I want what was it? Sorry, I've just gone blank. There was something else I wanted to do. So what we need to do now, I mean, I'm not going to do it now. I'm probably going to call the stream very shortly. But we've successfully got items coming from the inventory to the stash. When it's at maximum capacity, we can't add any more to it. So we know that's working really, really nicely. Yes, things will be stackable. I just need to figure out how to get that sorted, because there's going to be lots of different game items, obviously. And you don't want your whole bank being filled up with tut. So yeah, it's going to be fun. Right, let me try and figure out this button. Why that button is highlighting that top one. I'm so happy with that though. So happy with that. It's working like perfectly. So we don't need that. We don't need to get the index or remove it at a specific index. That goes up there. Game object will go there. If I put that underneath there. So that is really... Look, that is the code that handles moving it between both. Remove it from that, add it to that, and that code here, slot available, that adds it to the the oh my god, I can't get my words out. Adds it to the. This adds it to the stash. This removes it from the inventory. Super easy. Right, let's figure out this button. So when on button click event of this. So why is it that yes, yeah. I'll tell you what, Awen, you got to admit, it's pretty freaking awesome seeing that functioning. Like, it's really, really cool. All we need to do now is add the reverse. So if we wanted to withdraw things from the stash, it would basically be the reverse of, well, the same as this, basically. I'm so happy, dude. I'm over the moon. I can't wait for my boys to play this. They're gonna love it. Oh, so cool. So fun. Right, so we need to figure out why that button. So one tiny bug is when we click on the inventory, if we've got a full bag and the very first index, whenever we click any other item in the inventory that isn't the first index, the button clicking kind of feedback is always doing the first index one. So I'm wondering if, because I know these all share the same code, but they're all their own game objects, so it should, maybe if somehow we can get the index, or I'm wondering. Okay, I'm going to try something. It's really weird why that... Yes, they all have the same script machine. But that shouldn't matter because each target graphic. Target graphic, that's it. That's the problem. It's the target graphic. Oh, what a pain in the arse. What a pain in the arse. Have I got to go through... Oh my god, I've got to go through this 40 times. Oh my god, dude. That's why it was doing that. Not really a bug. I wouldn't really call that a bug. I'd call that a hiccup. Oh, does someone want to do this for me? Drag the object into the field. GG. Oh, dude, you know what? I'm going to have to do this 80 times for the stash. I need to model the wizard for the stash. Maybe I could do that as the next stream. We could model the wizard. I want to make him look quite opulent and glittery. Not glittery. I think I've been awake over 24 hours. Game dev just... I'm not even joking. When I'm deving, time literally flies by. I'm always just so, like, the adrenaline, the excitement, just... It's consuming. Just... It absorbs time. Right. yeah, definitely faster, dude. Right, so we're just going to check all of those. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. We're going to test that one more time. So, to be able to do the same here, where we add in to the stash list, it's basically going to be the same for the inventory. It's going to be the exact same. Like that simple bit of code there. Those post-it notes are my little notes of what's happening. Just very simple. Right, so we're going to test this again. That's true. That is a good point. I don't want to do them as prefabs. I mean, I know I probably could, but I'm happy with it as it is. Right, so we're just going to get a full bag. Oh! Oh, he got me. Jack Skellington got me. Oh, dude. 2 misses, Mike. What's going on? I guess we could actually test that now, just with the bag as it is. Oh, there we go. Look, perfect. You see that? Now, obviously, we know that I've temporarily basically used this semi-transparent background, but this is so good, dude. Look at that. Like when that's a solid color and you're clicking on, oh dude, this is just, can I see the button component again? I know I can change the colours for when it's highlighted, and I know you can do all that. So basically we've got loot drops, we've got collecting the loot from the floor with a really nice middle mouse up and down for quick looting, and then we come back and we can transfer items from the inventory to the stash. So all we need to program in is from the stash going to the inventory. So withdrawing from the stash and putting it in the inventory. So yeah, it's pretty awesome. I'm really happy with that. I'm going to call the stream in a second though, guys, just because I'm feeling quite tired now. And I need to finish my coffee. But we have made some pucker progress. Like, this is amazing. Just to see it working, it's really exciting. Just seeing the loot go from that to that. It's just, I know it's probably like a simple thing to most people, but when you've not done this before, like I've never done an inventory or let alone a storage facility, and it's really exciting. Right, so we fixed that issue with the buttons. What are you asking? Can you see the button component again? There you go. Oh, you're joking. Oh my god. Are you on about the target graphic? Are you on about we could have reset that? What, instead of me going through one by one? Is that what you're saying? Oh my god. How do you do that? It doesn't matter. It's been done. reset. Well, thanks for telling me after I did it, dude. Anyway, I am going to call the stream there, guys. So I would say, what have we got left to do with this stash? I want to have a tooltip pop up that shows item name, item description. We need to add it in so the player can withdraw from the inventory, withdraw from the stash and put it in their inventory. So basically the reverse of what we've done here. That should be a piece of cake. And then the other thing I wanted to do was stackable items. So if the item going into the stash matches something already there, then it would basically, it would not get added to an index of the stash, but instead it would add to an integer, so quantity integer, sorry, a quantity variable, which would be an integer. So that's the way I would do it. It's yeah, there's just lots to do, like lots of little UI bits. Yeah, I mean, well, I know now that when it comes to the 80 slot stash, we'll be able to do that, so that's not a problem. So yeah, I'll make a note of what's remaining to be done with the stash. But guys, I would say we're probably 70% complete with the stash at this moment for the functionality that I want at this stage. Super happy with it. Really fun to see that working. What I might do, I might do a modelling stream next, where I just basically, I want to model the wizard guy. That basically wherever this storage chest is, there will always be like a wizard accompanying it. It won't be interactable. I mean, it's kind of similar to Titan Quest. In Titan Quest, where you had the bank storage, it was like a mule cart, and it was a really big cart, and you could just right mouse click it and you go in your storage. I don't recall being able to talk with the vendor. So it was more just having someone associated to the chest, just to be standing next to it. I thought it'd be quite nice. So yeah, I might do that next, just to break up the game dev. But I hope you enjoyed that stream, guys. I've had a hell of a lot of fun. Like, I'm really happy. Like, super. I'm ecstatic right now. It's just so much fun. If you enjoyed that stream, guys, and you've not already, feel free to follow on Twitch if you want to stay up to date. Go check out my YouTube if you want to see past streams for Unreal, Unity or Blender. And if you want to play version 1.0 of this game, it's available on my itch page, which you can find below. Thanks for joining me, guys, and thanks for watching. Thanks for your input. It's been great having you with me, and I will be back later today in about maybe 12 hours time. We'll do some modelling, and then we'll do some more work on the stash. So thanks for watching, guys, and I will see you in the next one.